Well, good morning. And quite a morning it is, too. The 14th of January, 2026. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I trade live, futures market, specifically the ES and the MES, and monitor the NQ. I'm not licensed to provide, I don't have a license for financial or trade advice. And I want to reiterate that this is my virtual trading journal, and I do trade live. My own funded futures account with AMP Futures, funded by me. So there's a disclaimer in the description here. I stream to YouTube for transparency, accountability, and the fact that I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy because I stream every trading day starting at 8 o'clock in the morning and trade through 1500, which is the cash close. So that's 7 hours. Needless to say, it's pretty handy to be able to review it on some other screen device rather than stand here more hours. Right now I'm here from about 5:30 or so until around 18, 19 or 2000, say, every day. So let's, the numbers here, or the reports, are a big one. It's what everybody's been in anticipation of. We had PPI out today, and the big one, I guess, that everybody is looking forward to is going to be the potential POTUS decision, or Supreme Court decision, or whatever you call that, whatever the acronym for that is, on tariffs, which may come out sometime around 9. You can see that there was a little bit of improvement in retail sales and PPI, but not much. This is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it any way you want. It has, it's been my go-to news source for years. I don't like the change that's just happened with the layout of it particularly, but I used to find it more convenient and more clear to use this format for, screen snaps and posting in Discord, etc. One of the real advantages to, one of the many advantages to investing.com, first you can filter it for any time zone or reports you want. You can look at what's coming up tomorrow, this week, next week, custom dates as far as reports are concerned, and news. They only report traditional, understood, expected economic data points. That's important. But I really like the way that you can filter this to however you want to. And also, for example, if you notice how this becomes a URL, you click here and you get the entire look back history, assuming the internet works, of the PPI. Who puts it out, what the history is, what the previous releases are, what news is associated with it, and that's pretty handy, I find. The other news source I use now is Financial Juice, which has a similar calendar or docket function over here, with the addition that they add these non-traditional finance or economic reports. They add those into the mix. Like, for example, here's a Supreme Court opinion on tariffs tentative. You won't see that in investing.com. And then this right side column is a little bit more of a squawk box. Both of these are free. You can, of course, pay for them if you want to. I'm sure they would love that. but I try to keep the resources here, accessible to everybody. So let's look at the pre-market now, shall we? Well, there's the open. Trended down all night. Inventory's 100% short. I say that because there's the open, and, except for this little blurb right here, we've been trading south of the border all night. More so with the NASDAQ. These are the micro ES NASDAQ full session ES, micro ES. This is my higher time frame or my micro composite chart. And it is essentially the the day session. These are 1 day candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. That generates high and low volume nodes, which are these represented by these red and green lines, and they push automatically to bookmap. And then there's a MCVPOC and all-time high and low and all those things. The session prices from IRT also push to bookmap. And this is the market profile chart for the ES mini. I don't bother changing it to micro mini. I plot the same and track the same configuration and setup for the minis as I do the micros, and those values are pushed to bookmap also. Notice that on my IRT charting, all of them, you can see the chart type, the instrument, periodicity, and the session for all. So that's could save you asking a question or wondering about it. Let's look at bookmap. So the dome or the ladder or the order book, whatever you want to call it, prices and resting liquidity, resting orders. This is the micro composite. It's my high time frame column, and I enter these values manually, the POC, and if we stay down below the previous RTH low, we will be in a gap opening. So I've already input in case I've already saved myself a little time and put the flag here for the gap high from yesterday. This is the micro composite VPOC. This is the full session. Started plotting volume profile, started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, this is the full session or the Globex. And these are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT to bookmap. The RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which we'll talk about in a minute. And here is the IRT session prices. Now, I don't have any indicator on my bookmap or my IRT charting. I only deal or approach the market from a point of price, data, probabilities, statistics. That's it. There's a POC full session and a POC RTH session and a POC full session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, since last night, we've traded 3,664 contracts. The very moment that any one of these price levels trades 3,365, this POC will move there. That's it. It's so simple. There's a RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price, and a Globex or full session. And there's a mid. That's it. An initial balance high and low, which are sometimes confuse people. I don't know why exactly, but I can't really. Maybe I can. I don't know. Let's see if we can. Now, it's buried right under the overnight mid, but the IB high and low are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH trading session. So let's look at the statistics here. The first thing I do is determine what I expect to be the statistical open type for the day. And then, as I pointed out, we're lower than the range. So I'm assuming it's going to be a gap out or lower out of range. And the way you approach it, there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that open compare with the previous RTH close? That's right up here. It's lower than the close. How would it compare to the previous range? Well, there's the previous RTH range low, out of range. So this title, and this could change before they open, obviously. I hate it when they do this, but they do frequently. Lower out of range. I change the title of the column every day because when I do a screen snap or the stream or whatever it is, I can look at that title and it gives me, of the column, and it gives me a lot of information about the overnight trade. Now, these statistics are from yesterday, so the next thing I need to do is clear these notes. And we'll go look up the statistics for today's proposed open. And that comes from IRT. And that comes from the statistic study. Notice that IRT very graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. This was yesterday. We've determined just now that we're likely to open lower out of range, gap down. There's only 4 types, remember. So the study looks back at the most recent 1,655 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower out of range or gap down 243 of them. Of the days we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight POC 74.5 times. Overnight POC. That's all there is to it. And now I'm going to go down the list. Overnight low, 70.8. IB high, 68.7. Now, there's the IB low. The IB high is way up here, under the previous RTH high. So it's 68.7. Why is it there? Because that was the high put in the first 1 hour, and we never went back. Never revisited it. In fact, we traded the entire day yesterday and only took out the initial balance low by a couple of ticks after 14:30. Overnight mid will be the next order of business, and that is this beauty here. 68.3. Oh, I forgot to do something real important up here. I apologize. This statistic for the initial balance high, I always want to remember to do IB high because, not O, get out of there. The minute we open, remember the definition of the initial balance levels, just the high and the low of the current RTH session first 1 hour. So the minute we open, this IB high is going to go down to up just above price wherever we open, and the low will be just below it. And they will continue to track up and down for the first 1 hour, but the flag will no longer, the level will no longer be here, so I will want to know what that statistic meant. Previous low, 66.3. And I have no confidence that they're going to open gap low. Just what else can I do? The value area low is 42.4. Now, the value area low and high differ from the developing value area low or high in that developing indicates the current auction. Value area low and high are for the previous auction. That's simple. Like I said, keep it simple, stupid. That's my motto here. Previous close, 41.6. And I think you'll discover that's right there. I'm kind of getting tired of this. Where's the overnight high? Where did that go? 32.1. Now, I'm going to draw it to a close right there. Those are going to be the statistics because I'm not confident that they're going to open down here. Looks like it. And they've had no real reaction to the PPI numbers. I think the entire world is on pins and needles in anticipation of this potential opinion from the Supreme Court about tariffs, which will be another frickin' rodeo. So mind your risk. Remember that a trader's first and main priority is to manage your risk and preserve your account. What good does it do you to have the most fantastic strategy in the world and you blow your account up and can't trade tomorrow? You know? Think about that. So, let's see here. I'm surprisingly ahead of schedule, and I'm trying to figure out what I forgot to do here. But let's be able to trade now. Oh yeah, let's look at the pre-market a little bit more. That's probably a pretty good idea. Basically, we're 100% short, as I said. So typically, I would expect responsive buying to square up that inventory. With the upcoming news and the trepidation about the Fed and this, what is Trump going to say next? And are we going to attack Greenland and then maybe Denmark just for good measure and send troops down to Iran? I mean, who the hell knows? The world is on pins and needles. So I think there's any possibility, and I stress again, and I will be following the same policy. Be really, really cautious. Only trade statistically vetted setups that have an expectancy, and limit the amount of exposure or limit how much time you expose your account to market risk. That's the best thing I can say, I think, at this point. Okay, dokie. So the next thing I'm going to do is a TLab snap, which you have no idea what that is, likely. But every day I make a snap of this layout, this tab, and I post it to a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Now, it is, as I said, bookmap Discord chat room. So, bear that in mind. It was started by a fella named Tom B., who continues to be the leader there, or whatever you call those, someone on Discord. And it is a Discord space, room, whatever. Anyway, I've been involved there off and on for many years now. And early on, I found out that there was a lot of people that didn't know what's POC, what's POC, so I thought it would be a good idea to create this chart, giving those who don't have the same kind of charting capability all the numbers they might be interested in. And that's the bottom line. Couple things to know. Tom does not call trades, nor does he trade live. And he does stream hour or two every day. I think hour and a half every day. But it's rearview mirror pretty much, because it starts at like 10:30 in the morning. He'll go back to a little bit of the pre-market now, and then narrate that all along. So it rarely ever gets to a situation of current market. And as I said, never calls a trade or trades live, which is perfectly fine. I do believe that he's the real deal. Says he's been trading for 46 years, and I have no reason to question him. One of the important or the interesting parts for me was, or is, I guess, you're never solicited for anything in the Trader Lab. And I don't make that recommendation or endorsement for any of the other bookmap chat in, Discord rooms or whatever, because I haven't been to them. So there you go. Or any place else on the internet, to be honest with you. It's just a cesspool, pretty much. I do get some shock sometimes at the YouTube, especially, because I don't do the social media thing, but the YouTube the craziness that is posted on there, and just, like it's a fact. 100%. Never lose again, 100% win rate, blah, blah, but you know what I mean? She's grow $100 to 18 gazillion bucks. It's amazing. They must just be pandering to the poor folks who don't know any better, and, the absolute newbies who are likely desperate. And that's really disgusting to me. So that's enough of that. Let's do something that might be important, and that is be able to trade. And how do you do that? Well, the first thing you do in Bookmap, you need to click the trade control panel and activate it. You choose a method that you will interact with the application using your mouse to trade. Chart only places the chart column. Dome, the GNOME columns, or you can use both. I'm trying to convert myself from a keyboard trader, which you can also do if you've set up keyboards, but you do have to have one of these chosen for the trade control panel. Because I believe in Bookmap, or at least my initial thinking now is it's faster and more accurate, probably more accurate than it is faster to trade with a mouse. And I use this chart column. But you got to be really careful. If you accidentally click over here for any reason at any point, you've got an order or a trade in that you didn't plan on. Really do your homework there if you're going to do that. Next of all, the next thing I need to do now is to activate the multi-brackets, which is something I really recommend. And this is where the risk neutral methodology can be applied, and I apply it. The smallest risk neutral trade package must be 2 contracts because it must be even. And then you determine the stop loss for the entire package. And this 2 things should be done way before now in your homework at night. And you need to assess several things. My recommendation, the first thing you better make sure of is that this agrees with your account risk parameters. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility? On and on and on. Once these 2 values have been selected, the first risk neutral scale on the typical setup is automatic because it's for half of the package. Remember, I said it needed to be an even number. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's the runner, and you can do different configurations, whatever you want to do. There's that. So that's that. I'm also experimenting with the Execution Pro to do trailing stuff and break even, which is what I'm testing on my trade plan, and I'll point all those things out later in the morning. So now we have selected both. We have the trade multi-bracket set. We know that's the right size. I have all these metrics available up here. You can turn these off or on, by the way. They're not on by default, I don't think. They're the same as these trade metrics right here. I don't need any of the other tools in the risk and trade control panel. So I can click the button, stays active, padlock stays open, but I get my real estate back on the screen, and I get cancel and close. Boom. Now I'm all ready to trade a risk neutral 2-lot package in the micros. And this is a live AMP trading account funded by me. And I trade it live, fully transparent. You will, something about the stream. Obviously, everything I see here is captured in the video. The only way that I get what I was thinking at the moment into the stream is this narration. So I narrate the full trade process. What I'm expecting, what I'm looking for, how, have I achieved this first rule, the second rule, where's the trigger, the whole thing, and then the outcome and the trade management. So it's all completely transparent, not for financial advice or trade advice, but I don't know any other way to do it. I don't know any other way to have this all recorded in my journal. So there you go. And we're going to open in about a minute or 2. Let's see, what else do I need to do here? Drink of water, I guess. Like I said earlier, or if I didn't, I'm saying it now. Really be on your guard for this potential Supreme Court story or opinion at they're calling it 9 o'clock, but what happens, I believe, is that they, and 9 Central, by the way, all times on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard Time. What they do, as I understand it, is what is this? Moron. This guy, Bassett, that's somebody to be really careful about, in my opinion. He had his own hedge fund and lost his investors billions of dollars. I don't know, That's the short description of it. Google it. Anyway. Here we are. Supreme Court opinion on tariffs, tentative, 9 o'clock. Now, as I understand this, they start uploading opinions on whichever day they designate. First, it was last Friday, and they did some. Today, they've designated today will be upload of opinions, and everybody is speculating that the Supreme Court opinion will be in that group. and we don't know at what release schedule. You know what I mean? Because they have a lot of different opinions that they put out. So as I understand it, this is the beginning of the release, and nobody knows exactly what's going to be. So I'm going to be real cautious and very, very mindful of my risk in my account. And there's the open. And here we are. So we did open lower. We did open in a gap. Will it close in about a second and a half? Yep. Another thing that's important to explain here is my version of gap. For me, a gap is previous RTH session high or low as it compares to the current RTH session open. Now, you see what we've done here? They couldn't get back to close that gap. And I'm going to put the open right there for now because I'm not sure exactly where that was, but we'll know here in a minute. And the way I do these stats is this way. Here you go. Oh, and they're taking her down. Okay. So there we have it. Now, I didn't mention Blue Boy in the thing, but what this blue line is a real expensive, top secret proprietary indicator called a vertical line. And what I do with that and why is put that vertical line on the opening print of each session. Pretty close. Now, that's only a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I don't see this blue line, I know that I do not have the entire session in view on my chart. And that's my goal. I want to see, there's the entire ETH market overnight session. This will encapsulate the RTH session. And I do that because I want to be sure I have a firm understanding of context, because I believe it to be so important. Now, where in the hell did these little guys go with open? So it's a 69.72 quarter. Whoa, right under there. Okay, that's where the open is. I got it right on the button. Okay, super. So now the next thing I need to do is change my charting from full session to day session only. And I'll explain why I do that in a minute, because I don't multitask worth a damn. You see our open down here in the micro composite. That is, in fact, if we don't trade up and we only trade lower, that will be an island low or a gap low. Remember, gap, and that would not be included in this micro composite profile. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just pointing that out. That's how as I said in the pre-market. For me, the micro composite, keep it simple, stupid. Daily candlesticks, if price overlaps, boom, there we go. And it's the RTH session only. That's the way I like it. That's the way. Casey and the Sunshine Band, baby. There you go. How old are you? Where were you? Now we're going to look at the RT or the minis, same exact story, and change those devils. And you're going to wonder, or you're probably asking yourself, why do I do this? And I'll tell you. Earlier in the pre-market, I mentioned that I share and I'm happy to share the session prices, which are pushed from IRT here to Bookmap or wherever you choose to use them. And we've closed the gap at yeah, they are. So and there's a lot of people that do use them in their Bookmap or wherever. I need to keep the relationship, and I did mention this in the pre-market, the relationship between the value area low and high and the developing value area low and high mean developing is the current auction, value area high and low is the previous auction. Well, up until we opened this RTH session, the previous auction was yesterday's RTH. The moment we opened today's RTH session, the previous auction suddenly became the ETH. But everyone that uses these levels, including me, expects the value area low and high to be previous RTH. Therefore, I changed the charting from full session to RTH session. And now I will do my wonderful, world famous workflow here of my levels, which is that once they are no longer active, I change the text color to black. That was such a quick nothing burger gap. I didn't even get a chance to talk about gap rules, but anyway. They're over and done now. Gap rules are real simple. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted within the previous range and or value, high probability we trade across the gap, trade across the value or the range. If it's not accepted and rejected out either direction, then it's a high probability we'll trade in the direction of the gap. So what's happened here? Well, we close the gap quick. There's that IB low we're worried about, or IB high and IB lows down here. We closed the gap quick, and now we're looking, apparently being rejected out of that gap. It's pretty early in the session, but it would not be out of the scope of possibility and or a surprise if we trade lower. Don't forget we got the VPOC down here, and you can imagine that there's a whole bunch of fuel down there. There's a bunch of stops. So let me see what the hell is going on now. We got Blue Boy on the job, so I can rest easy. Where did Blue Boy get all goofed up here? Get rid of that. There's no question about it. OCD or whatever the new word is. There you go. Well, next on the agenda, and I really recommend sitting on your hands, is this potential Supreme Court release at 9. As I put in the chat, the margin requirements, the day trade margin requirements are now restored. They were at 46. That could be a real hang-up if you have a small account, and there you go again with risk and all those things I was talking about with how to set up the multi-bracket. That elevated margin requirement starts at 1,700 last night. In other words, it starts at the open of the ETH trading session for the following day when the report's coming out. This was all based on the PPI at 7:30 this morning. So if any trader didn't pay attention to that and had a small enough account that didn't compensate, for example, if you didn't have $5,500 or whatever it is in your account, and you traded one mini contract, you could very potentially have you would have a margin call. Now, I mentioned earlier, and yesterday, I'm sure, we have a meeting this morning. My wife and I need to go out to meetings at 12, so we need to leave about 11 Central Standard Time. And it's with the government. You know, you get a letter that says come. Your appointment is at this time, and there's nothing you can do about it. So here we are. She's getting in the final stages of citizenship, getting fingerprinting, and next step is the swearing in, I guess. Assuming that Trump doesn't, get rid of that. After all these years, it's taken us 12 years to do this. Isn't that amazing? It is to me. And absolutely, there we go. Well, what was that? Somebody said something there nobody liked there. That is something. Something happened. Now, let me point out to you why it's so important, in my opinion, to manage your risk and have full brackets in the market. There is absolutely no way you can control that risk right there. And that if you had a stop here, chances are real likely you got slippage down to here. But that beats the hell out of having no stop. So my guess is Trump said something. Let's check, shall we? This will be kind of fun. Maybe not. I'm so tired of this nonsense. I wish it would just be normal stuff. Oh, Danish PM 33. No, that's not it. I don't know what was said. Must have been Truth Social. I don't track any of the social media stuff. This was 833, so that didn't have any impact. That isn't what caused this big spike down and sell off. But if you want to go back to gap rules and give that another listen. We were rejected out of price, out of value, out of range, and what happened? Expect continuation in the direction of the gap. Did I mention the fact that there's probably a lot of fuel down here below this micro composite VPOC? Maybe. I think so. Makes sense. Well, who knows? I don't know what to say. It's pretty weird. Notice how you haven't heard anything about Venezuela in how long? Go down there, snatch the president, do not change the regime, leave the current people all in force. And in fact, I heard a statement, but I didn't capture it somewhere. Trump saying, no, the woman that won, whatever her name is, that won the populist, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, now she's irrelevant. They don't really like her that much. And we're not going to support the person, the man who apparently won the populist election. So, really bizarre to me. Really bizarre. Anyway, here we are. I don't know what's being said or not, and I don't have... Ground news is not very quick. That's one thing about it. And I'm not going to watch some other stuff. I don't know. I have no idea what news is floating, but something that was definitely something they didn't like. Maybe there's a precursor or some sort of whisper number out on the about the Supreme Court. That beats the hell out of me. I can tell you, I'm standing by. And that's really no big deal for me because I'm only trading my vetted setups, which are the initial balance trades. So I am just a spectator and in anticipation until 9:30. What did I do? Oh, okay. Ten minutes till the possible release here. It's pretty important that this could be the giant nothing burger. I mean, there's several important cases, of course, but everybody's all eyes and probably everywhere in the world are looking at this tariff story. What has happened here, in my opinion, is that this stalling of the decision is the Supreme Court giving the administration plenty of time to prepare an end run, which they apparently already have in place. I don't know anything about it, just an opinion I heard. What's the Treasury guy's name? Bessent. Okay, I don't even know the guy's name. That's right, and I don't. Well, I don't know still what that big plop was. That would be real interesting to know that. Well, 2 days in a row now, if you had a vetted trade that was, swing trade open or I don't know, pick one. In other words, if you ran with a high of the day and looking for a directional move, this would have been a nice opportunity. 80 to 53, not bad. 27 handles. I don't have that at all. And what were these things? Were these yesterday? Well, look at us go. Yeah, looks like it's working out pretty well for the shorts. My goodness, look at that go. Looks pretty dramatic on a 1 minute chart over here, doesn't it? Wow. Wow. Oh boy. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible stuff. We have. And no Supreme Court news. Not surprising. That will be pretty... I don't think you have to guess much when that comes out, if in fact it does. I wonder which direction the market would go, assuming that the court did rule the tariffs illegal. I don't really know. My reaction would be that it was a good thing, but I'm not sure what the general consensus would be. So, well, I'm going to step away now for a minute and refill my water bottle. So, the minute I do, the release will come out. That was a nothing burger. Well, no, I'm busy eating biscotti, and I thought I was muted. Sorry about that. Yeah. There is essentially this is just a crock of crap, you know. It's so amazing to me, but anyway, it is what it is. So we are now, I haven't tested back up here yet to get that responsive buying. Are we going to have what are we going to have? So the initial balance trades will become a thing here pretty quick at the bottom of the hour. The first order of business, I guess, is to line out why and where I'm up to, what I'm about with this. The whole thing about this almost, fixation on vetting setups is based on the methodology that was discovered and adopted by the most successful hedge fund and trading people in the world previously and that exist today. Jim Simmons, Renaissance Technologies, which continues to do the same thing. Paul Tudor Jones and Tom Sosnoff, on and on and on. Mark Douglas, Tom the Trader, Best Loser Wins guy, Tom B in the TLab. Everybody has the same idea that the market is pretty much a random environment, that it's the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. I should add another one of those people in that group is FT71 or Murat Askar. And so the what is recommended and what I have done here is identify a pattern and specific rules that justify or validate an entry. And I've done that with the initial balance trades. So that's why I'm focusing on those trades. And let me be clear here that this is my live AMP account where I take trades live, my money, live market. Based on this trading system, which is trading live data within the IRT simulated environment, because now it's trading, it's picking up all the signals and the data is coming from Rhythmic live account, just the same data as Bookmap. But I don't want the system putting trades on my live account. I'm a little bit apprehensive about that still. So what I'm doing now is when a trade is triggered here in the system, I manually replicate that over here. And of course, nothing's going to be a thing. None of these will be a thing until 9:30. It's a real simple system. There's only 3 rules: A, B, and C. I'm not very imaginative. First is the initial balance statistic. Then there is a continuation into either the pullback or the continuation zone for either one. This happens to be the IB low from yesterday. And then back to the trigger zone, and that's the trade. Now, you notice that none of these levels or zones are plotting over here, nor are they on Bookmap. But at 9:30, they will become visible here and start to plot around the current IB high and IB low, and they will push to Bookmap. Same setup. So that's where I'm at. 2 days running now, I've not had a signal or any trade. And if I don't have a validated trade in one of my setups, then I don't take it. Simple. Pretty easy. So the initial balance statistic will kick in at 9:30, as I hope that's understood. And it's my belief that do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. And it's so easy to do because it falls into the monkey mind idea and humans trying to be in control and get ahead of the game and all that stuff. It's not a statistic until it is. It'll work for you some of the time, And some of the time it'll be a real bad learning lesson. What I mean by that is, like, right now we're coming below VWAP, VPOC, mid, IB lows down here. We've been trading down most of the morning. I think we're going to take the IB low, so you get short, and then it turns around and does that. You know, it's just my data. My data says don't do that. My data says don't. It's important to realize that this is basically a balanced profile. Got a lot of kurtosis on the tails, but And there we have the initial balance set, the statistic. 0930. Oh boy. And you notice that the levels push across the book map from IRT. The levels here. So let's see, we're active now. 2 lots set up, both, okay. Here we go. Need to think about what I'm doing here because, as I mentioned in the pre-market and yesterday, my wife and I have an appointment. We got to duck out of here in about an hour and a half. And I don't want to be sitting on a live trade. So I'll have to think about that. Think about what to do. I'm not saying there's anything set up or anything else, but I don't like being hurry-scurry and blurry. That's why I appreciate trading vetted trades. I'm anticipating the first signal to happen or not. And then I need the second signal, and then I need the third signal. And I just stand here and stalk them. Watch them. Anticipate them. Pick one. Pick a word. Now, I'll point out ahead of the game here that my trade setup, these trade rules, a little more granularity around the initial balance statistic than simply trading through it. There needs to be continuation or continuity. In other words, there needs to be 2 bars. If, assuming we take the initial balance low, there would need to be the signal bar that takes the stat would need to have an open above and a close below. And the previous bar to the signal bar needs to have a higher open than it does a close. In other words, I want to see price doing this into the signal. I don't want to see it doing this. I think that's reasonable. And so there you are. And also, I am real conscious of context. Talk about that every day, but it's the truth. I don't like to. I want to avoid at all costs trading counter trend or counter context. Today is a pretty weird day as far as I'm concerned.
my
Got everything. Okay. I'm trying to figure out exactly what to think about this day. Here. And perhaps it'll be a situation as the last 2 days have been where I don't need to worry about it. You know, the market makes the decision for me. That's pretty much how it is every day, but today has got a little bit of a atypical wrinkle in it. In all reality, by keeping we're still working on lower highs and lower lows. Or whatever that means. Reminds me I need to confirm the setup here. I do these what if things every night and make sure I don't have some ridiculous going on here. But this is the basic risk neutral package, and I need to probably address this. And I'll show you why when I go through the statistics and the back testing. But four setups: says 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. We're going to have a trail trigger. When we reach T1, it'll trail to 0 or break even. That's the one of the more I can let's see if I can pull that up. So this is filtered for this trail to break even or to entry. 21 days here is December, the month of December specifically, trading days. 495 days are, of course, looking back at the most recent 495 days, and here's the number of trades. So here is the current setup in the system. 12, 12, 48, 12, break even or entry. Should expect a 47% win rate, 17, almost $18 expectancy, R factor of 1.41, risk reward of 2.5. There should be 37 consecutive winners and 9 consecutive losers. That's to be expected. And that was one of the higher gross revenues, gross profits. So that's why I have it set up that way. These are the results. Now there's 102 of these. They go many different what ifs and, you know, all different kind of things, but I'm just trying to do something quickly here.
Okay, maybe right.
The IB low is taken.
Oh, there we go. Now we did take the initial balance high or low. What am I talking about? And here is there's the trigger. There's the statistic. So we're now into the continuation zone, which is going to signal a trade here pretty quick, and we pull back to the trigger. We're going to be in a we're going to have a a trade on. Assuming that we pull back to the trigger, which it looks like we're doing over here, but I don't see it on the Damn it. No, I just lost my entire video. Oh, that's really a drag. I just lost all of my my IRT here. Well, that's not good. And why is that the case? I heard the son of a bitch. Well, I don't know what that was about, but that was not very happy. And I missed the entry. Jesus, you know. Timing is everything. Timing is so amazing. Really, really, and truly amazing. Son of... I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Jesus. Oh, man. Missed that entry. That was the continuation zone, the trigger. Should have entered right there, and I would be well in the money, right? Almost 10 handles. Jesus Christ. I've been standing here for 2 days. Man, that is a real cosmic disappointment. Wow. Well, okay, so I missed that entry because of, you know, extracurricular activities here in the office, instantly out of. Timing is so amazing how stuff happens. Anyway, and I don't chase, and I don't FOMO, and I don't do those things, so here I stand. Jesus. So disappointing. The 10 handles right there. Sometimes I think would be better off in an other office. You know? But it is what it is, and there's an endless stream of opportunities in the market, so I'm going to believe that. Sure would have liked to have that clean win though. And now I would be extremely cautious about thinking about another one, another signal in that short. Well, that is irritating. Actually, I don't really have B here because I didn't get the second signal here because it's I don't take two signals on the same bar. It's, you know, nitpicking chicken shit, but it is make myself feel better. And now what is it gonna do? Who the hell knows? Boy, that's irritating. Not taking a counter trend trade, that's for sure. Which would be a long. And that's a discretionary decision, but absolutely. Not that I have an opportunity. I mean, not that I'm going to get a signal for that, but I'm just getting out there up front. You know, after something like that, you need to be real careful about Monkey Boy, huh? I need to be real careful about Monkey Boy. That's what I refer to him as. All of those neural pathways that have cooked into our DNA for all this development and all this evolution. These thousands of years we've been at this. And that's where FOMO, desire to be right, revenge trades, all those things, that's where that all comes from. At one point that helped us out, you know, on our development, but it doesn't help us in trading. The thing that I've determined, and I don't believe you're ever going to get those feelings out of your system or out of you, or I am ever going to get them out of me. So I try to be real conscious and aware of my state all the time. Right now being a perfect example. Am I mad that I didn't get that trade? Absolutely. Am I going to chase it? Monkey Boy saying, you bet. I'm saying, no, thank you. I tell Monkey Boy to go out and play in the yard, you know. That's the way I look at it. And what caused that to crash, I don't know. But that's not good. Another reason why I am very vigilant about only trading within the simulated IRT. And you imagine that? The thing takes a dump and you're stuck. That's also, let me just, bring that up. In this high risk environment, it is so important, in my opinion, to always have brackets in the market. And if you're trading live, as I am here in this account, make damn sure that your stops and targets are server side, not local. If I had stops and targets in IRT, via IRT's trade over here, and they were server side with Rhythmic or with AMP, and that thing takes a dump, I'm not worried about it. I'm worried about it, but I'm not, it's not a catastrophic failure because I know I've got a stops and targets in there. Hey, Panda, how are you? You okay? Yeah, Dad's mad. You doofus, what did you do that for? Now there would be a trigger for a short right here. Based on, but after it crashed, the A and the B, the other signals went away. I can tell what they are up here, but I'm not gonna go short here, just because I'm on my back foot. When things are broken and goofy, not a good thing to do. Jesus. One of the things about that's most frustrating in a situation like this is I am disciplined. I've stood here. I've been standing here for 2 days, narrating the market, streaming live, no signals. Today, signal correctly in the direction of context, and I'm not in it. That's just really and truly irritating. Boy, if that isn't a perfect, well, I don't know much about chart pattern, but doesn't that look like a cup and handle? Every one you've ever seen drawn? Which I think is a reversal thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think so. Jesus. I've got to get over this and away from this somehow. But it's still within parameters. I'm well within my statistics, so what are you going to do? All right, I'm going to be in, out, and up and down here, getting ready for this appointment. I don't know what to say other than I'm so freaking big. And I'm still, I'm going to go out and kick Monkey Boy around a little bit. Just irritating. Okay, let's just, in retrospect, what would happen? Well, there's the entry. So that's what? 37.5? 27.5, there's 10 handles. Not 12, which is T2, but it would have gone to T1, trailed up to T1, and been taken out right here. So there you go. That would have been the results of that trade, as I've got it coded up now. So there was a short. There's the T1 and there's the trail. So there we have it. I'm not on that trade at all, of course. No entry here for me. I wasn't even in the office. And now I'm gonna go. I have to go get ready to take my wife to that meeting. So trade safe. Keep your powder dry. I will leave this system on here in case that matters to anybody. Crazy. I'm still in shock. I'm not in shock, but I'm still just thoroughly disappointed in the timing. You know, it's just amazing. I've been standing here for 2.5 days, and the signal happens, and I'm at that moment. I'm needed elsewhere. Really, pretty amazing. So there you are. And there you have it. I'll be back as quickly as I can, but it'll likely be, I'm going to be in and out of the office now until about 11, and then we're out of here. And then I'll be back shortly after 12, I hope. All right, I'm out of the way now, so I can stand by here until we hit the trail. God, that's disappointing. This is what it looks like when the system takes a trade. Obviously, it did here in the simulator, in the simulated environment of IRT. It uses all the data, real, live, everything, except it doesn't push the trade. It pushes it to its internal portfolio instead of AMP. That's the difference. And yeah, right here. And standing here for 2 frickin' days, and there's a B. Now we've got an A, which just can't see anymore. A B. If we come down and take the trigger, this will be a long. And it won't have me involved because I'm leaving in 15 minutes. God, that's irritating. I've been standing here since a little before 5, and the 3 minutes that my wife needs some help on something, the market, signal fires the trade, and I missed it. Walk back in and go, oh, that's a bummer. Jesus. And yesterday, no trade, no signal. Day before, no trade, no signal. So this is not amusing. I am not amused. Not amused.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
So the system has a long on here. That wouldn't make me feel particularly rosy, but that's it. And that's because there was, at the time, there was this A right here. When the system does that, there's a continuation or a failure A and a continuation A. It's then waiting for B and the trigger. B and the trigger. B and the trigger.
Hey, the IB
Fired
low
another
is
A
taken.
to the downside. And that's something that I've been kicking around a lot. Do I reset all of the signals anytime there's a trade and then the system goes flat? As it stands now, for example, if there's a short, in this case, a short, it would reset any short signal to 0 when it goes flat. The same would happen over here with a long. But when you have a situation like here was an A,
The IB
then
low
we have a
is
B,
taken.
all of this travel around, maybe that's not a very good idea to have. Maybe they should have to reset every time. Now, this short right here, there's the signal, there's the A and there's the B, but we won't get a short because it's in the trade. We won't enter two positions at once, obviously. And look at them go. Down we go. So what? Would that have been something? I don't know. Well, there's a stop on that long. So now what have we got going on? I don't know. Well, we have a B. We could get, if we get a pullback to the trigger zone, we'll have an A, B, short. I don't know. Obviously not involved in it really because I'm focused on getting things organized for the journey down the State Road 6 to the meeting. And I'm going to close my trade control panel so that there's no nasty surprises while I'm gone. That's intentional. Oh, look at him go. And aren't I sorry that I'm not on that short? Absolutely. I'd say more good news. All right, I'm going to wish you a fond farewell here. We're getting ready to hit the trail. I'll be back around noonish, I hope, Central Standard Time. My advice is keep your powder dry and remember that what are we doing today? Well, we're lower highs, we're lower lows. Context is definitely down. There should be no question in your mind about that. There's your context. So, good luck, make a lot of money, and split it with me. What can I tell you? Boy, this is frustrating. Wow. This is actually the better short. And because it will have gone to T2 here pretty quick. Okay, I'm going to mute off here and get things organized. So good luck. Well, well, well. So the market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go. Yeah. And wonder what's going on over here. Ooh, 146% volume at this price. At this moment in time, looking back 20 days. Wow. Huh. That's pretty incredible. By golly. Okay, I'm going to leave it as it is. And best of luck. Well, that was a pretty nice deal. We were actually in and out before the appointment time. That was pretty crazy. But hey, all well that ends well. What's going on with this market? That would be a bigger question. Might be a bigger question, I guess. Here we are back at the IB high again. Or low, I mean, whatever I mean. So interesting day, I guess. Not so often I have to venture out and go to government stuff.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay, here we are. It's the world famous. The world famous Power Hour. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, look at him go. Up and down and all around. Are they going to squeeze this thing up a little bit now after this big kerfluffle down they've gone? Let's see. Well, there's pretty much lower highs and lower lows, huh? Till they bottomed it out down there. Now what are they going to do with it? Let's see here. That's looking suspicious. That's looking suspicious. Hmm. All right, so let's see here now. What exactly is going on? The system's been over here plugging away by itself while I was gone. And what happened? It's a good day to stay a long ways away from this thing. Look at this mess. Jesus. Whoa. High volume, too. That's kind of surprising to me. 151% volume over 20 days. That's pretty surprising. I don't know what exactly that means, but it's surprising me. Well, right now I usually would go through the back testing and how I go about doing all of that, but I don't think it's back here trying to figure out what to do next. I tell you what I'm going to be doing is thinking about tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be doing. I don't like it when days get all discombobulated like this. I got to stop in the middle of the day and go out and do stuff. I mean, I didn't lose a penny. I'm perfectly happy with that idea, but I am really disappointed that the one trade I should have had today, I did not. And that's quite disappointing considering I've been here 3 days now. Both days, yesterday and day before, no signal, no trade. Today, I've been up here since a little before 5, doing things, back testing and watching the markets, and streaming since 8. My wife needed something and called me. I step away, and bam, we take A, B, and trigger and short now. Okay, that's all real hindsight, but I can prove it. And also, I didn't, it would not have gone to T2. So it would have gone to T1, scaled up, and that's what it would have been. Now I'm going to put the multi-brackets back on so that it shows all of this stuff. I turn everything off when I'm leaving because who the hell knows? Right here was where I put that entry on. This was the IBA, B, trigger. That was my entry, and I caught it just as it went past. Never came back for me, and then it went on down to here. So it wasn't like a runaway in my direction, but it's, you know, I was pretty disappointed about that. And then we had to get ready and go. So that was that. But I'm going to shut this back off again. I don't mind, I guess. The thing about it is I am, if you notice that I go through this in the pre-market, but notice again that I have all the trade metrics right here. I don't need any of the trade control panel tools anymore, so I can click the trade control panel button again, and it stays activated, padlock's unlocked, and it adds cancel and close buttons up here to the side. So that's I really appreciate that. And then I get the real estate back. Now I'm not taking any trades, obviously, and the system won't take any, even if I wanted it to, because of the end of day rules, and I have those set for 14:30. So that's another 8 minutes. Yeah. I wonder what would happen if I open a portfolio here. Excuse me, wait a minute. Wow. Yeah. Well, just, we got a few minutes here. The back testing, I've talked about this already before at 9:30 and several different times in the day and every day. I only trade structured, vetted setups. And at this moment, I have two. They're the IB trades. And assuming that you know what that means, the initial balance, there's two of them every day. There's an initial balance low and an initial balance high. If you here for the pre-market every morning at 8 o'clock, you'll know that the initial balance low and the initial balance high are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Now just look at this profile for a minute. The first 1 hour encompassed almost the entire range for the day. Only exceeded a little bit to the downside. So that's the initial balance. That's how the initial balance is developed and defined. Then there's a statistic associated with that, with both of those levels. It's an old market profile-ism, just as many things are in trading. And you'll notice that it is the most probable statistic to be achieved in every trading day, in each trading open or statistic open type. In this particular study that I use, I've set to go back 1,656 days. 1,656 of the previous trading days, most recent. Today, it was 98.0% probability that we would achieve the initial balance statistic. And the initial balance statistic is real simple. 98.0% probability that at some point between 9:30 Central Time in the morning and 1600 Central Time in the afternoon, that's after the first 1 hour of the RTH session until the RTH session close, price will revisit the overnight high or the IB high or the IB low. That's the statistic. And, it is the most probable one. It's the most probable, has the highest probability of any of the statistics. So, understanding that then, the way and there are two trades that are associated with each of these levels. An IB continuation trade, which here is a perfect example. The IB comes down, takes the initial balance statistic here, get the A, and then it continues on. That's a continuation trade. Same way for the IB high. And then there's an IB failure trade right here. Comes down to the IB, doesn't go through it, and it fails. Two trades associated with each of those levels. One trade for a mean reversion, or the failure trades are just mean reversion, right? They're outside in. And the other two are for a directional day where they continue. So I identified what I believe are two additional valid rules or signals. I call them rules because that's what IRT calls them in the trading system definition tool. Trading rules. And these are the rules. Now, this section here is devoted to these flags, which can be pushed to the chart so that I can have visual confirmation that things are happening where and when I think they should. They have nothing to do with trading. The trade management and the entries are here. So the way the computer does a back test, You determine the number of days you want to backtest, and you're going to backtest every one of these rules. And then there are some other parameters you can set up, like right here. The instrument, contracts, session, how many backtesting days, what reports you want to get out. And then you run the backtest, and the computer will evaluate each one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, whichever periodicity you have set. And it'll evaluate every rule over every 1 minute bar. And if there's a trade, it takes it, stops, targets, etc. It's that simple. And you get a very, and then it produces and presents the rules in very comprehensive reports, more than one. You can't do it manually, in my opinion. Two things happen. First of all, it's too easy to not be precise. The computer will be precise. There's absolutely no discretion involved. If the initial balance statistic requires the bar to open above the line, the level, close below the level in the case of the initial balance low, then that's what it's got to do. Can't be at the level, can't be above the level, can't be low below the level. It's got to be if the rule requires open above, close below, that's it. And the same for any other rules that you've specified. So easy for humans, and we're so adept or good at making up patterns or seeing patterns that don't exist, and then just kind of waffling around on the rules, getting a little fuzzy about the rules. And that'll kill you if you're trying to backtest and come up with a statistically verified, bona fide setup that has a statistically proven edge or expectancy, whatever you want to do. And that's what I've done with these two trades. Here's an example of the backtest. So the system just backtested 498 days. It took 9 seconds. There were 223,301 1-minute bars. Net profit of 24,213. 1,148 trades, 578 long, 570 short, et cetera, et cetera. Here are the pre-trade. I mean, the more IRT doesn't like to be doing two things at once here sometimes. Hard for me to get this to work. It doesn't like doing that. Notice how the lags increase. Why it would increase in the ES, I have no idea. There you go. So there were 778 winning trades. Average winner is 34.76. Great, largest winner is $110. Absolute expectancy, and know what you can count on with the trade. And here is, even more importantly, this is a record of each and every one of 1,147 trades over 498 days. Exact moment, entry type, results, and running, and a P&L result. This was at on January 16th of 2024 at 10:39 in the morning. It took an RT1, it took an IBF short, and it achieved T1 and T2 at these various times. That simple. That now you have a real data to base your trading on. So there you have it. That's how I do it every day. here, and this is a spreadsheet that does the math. Each one of these is a line. Each one of these is a back test. This happens to be the back test that we essentially just ran. I did it, the 10th, which was, I think, Sunday. The same configuration, 12, 12, 48, and a 2 lot. It breaks even at 12. There are the entire specs. 70 win rate, loss rate, average winner expectancy, R factor, consecutive winners and losers. You know to take that trade, you know exactly what the rules are, you know exactly what the trigger and to expect. And let the law of large numbers manifest that expectancy to your bank account. That's exactly the technique. That's the methodology used by the most successful traders in the world, actually. And if it sounds familiar, it is also the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor that they have not pre-identified to have an edge with specific rules. Then they put it on the floor, and their only mission in life is to trade that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. That's why those people on the casino floors are not emotional at all. They don't care whether it wins or loses. They only care to play as many instances as they can, because the house is relying on the law of large numbers to manifest and multiply, compound the edge or the expectancy to the house side of the table. That's it. Okay. Now let's do the recap, because we're in recap country now, by golly. So what did we have happen today? Well, quite a bunch. Everybody was on pins and needles for that Supreme Court thing, which of course they didn't do. I bet there's a backstory about that if you could ever know what it was. It'll never come out, and we're almost back up here to the open. So this entire kerfuffle here is almost back to square one. Isn't that something? Based on the big, basically no nothing morning. Here was the RTH, or the ETH. Bam. There was the numbers that were out, the PMI didn't have much effect. Everybody was standing by open for that Supreme Court number, I guess. And then we had housing numbers at 9. Good sell off all day. If you were doing mean reversion or you got short early on, you were probably a pretty happy camper all day. Again, the IB high and low. And now we're squeezing them. Taking that all back. Clear down here. Now we're going to be back up almost to the open. Pretty amazing. So let's look at this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it however you want. I don't like the new layout with these ads every place, and it's a lot wider across here, but it's still the same old basics, I guess. So tomorrow, what do we have to look forward to? In terms of reporting, what's this? I think I'll get rid of this pound. I don't think we need to have hell is going on? Ah, here we go. I don't think we need to have Great Britain in here. Hide those filters. So tomorrow we have on our plate Empire State, initial jobless claims, the Philly Fed, and the PMI, S&P PMI at 745. This week, industrial production, no 3-star events on Friday. Again, you can filter this to anything you want. There's earnings, there's all kinds of things. And the other one that I use is the financial juice, which has a similar docket or calendar function over here. The difference being through the day, they will pick up and add things like Trump speaks. Now, that's not an economic number or report or anything that anybody's ever used to or gets scheduled regularly, but everybody understands now that that can have a big impact on the auction. So I'm really appreciative that they add that in here to financial juice. And the right side of the coin is the more of a squawk box. And this is where we'll see the market on close imbalance orders at 1450, which is about 8 minutes. So there you have it. And yeah, we'll see what that market on close imbalance shows up. Another couple of ticks and they'll be back to where they started. A day of complete speculation. Some of this stuff is so crazy. I mean, I remember very well Ollie North and the Iran-Contra affair and the overthrow of the Shah and the hostages in Tehran, and then talking about Israel here and the PLO and Yasser Arafat and all that. Man, that stuff has been, those poor people on the ground have been suffering this crap for 40 years. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Not in a good way either. So all things being normal, I stream every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. Today was unusual. Starting next week, Monday will be have about an hour break around 9, and Wednesday, because Tam has started into college, and it's a little further drive, so I'm a soccer dad. Nothing I can do about it, and that's certainly important. It will be disappointing in the morning, though, because of the initial balance grade. But we'll see how it works out. We got about a minute and a half now for the market and close and balance. Is there any more craziness going to happen now? I guess not. So strange to me that this Venezuela story, I had a great conversation with Venezuela's leader, Trump. Well, the democratically elected president of Venezuela is not the lady. There's been no regime change, only the head Maduro brought to the States for trial. All the same regime people are still in place. The democratically elected president, they haven't even mentioned his name. And the only thing I've seen any comment about was that, the lady who won the Nobel Prize isn't really liked or something much in Venezuela. She's the head of the whole Democratic opposition, I think. I really don't understand where they're going with it, but I'm not thinking it's going to end well. It's so strange how they absolutely not a word, not a breath about, the democracy and the democratically elected president and all that stuff. There we go. Oh, baby, look at this. 1.8 1,837,000,000 buy side S&P. Sell side 163 million NAS. Dow's buy side 546 million, and Mag 7 is sell side 205 million. Pretty incredible. Imagine 1.8 billion E-minis. Imagine the amount of money that every tick. And we think they're looking for our stops. Not so sure about that. Pretty big number, huh? So it's important that you remember you are the most important piece of equipment you have in your trading office. And you need to really be careful and ensure that you take good care of yourself. I mean, we spend all kinds of money and time, picking monitors and trading software and indicators and volume profile, this and that and something else. And if your eyes don't take all the data in and your brain doesn't process the data, what is there? All that stuff is meaningless. You need to be well rested, properly hydrated, nourished, not on emotional tilt, healthy exercise, blood pumping. We're in one of the most competitive businesses there is. And we compete every day against some of the most intelligent and heavily, deeply funded people in the world whose job it is to, take the other side of your trade and take your money from you. So you need to keep that in mind and make sure you keep a balanced life. Rest your eyes every couple hours, focus down the horizon, get outside. You need to have a balanced life when you come into it, or you end up in a big hole. And also remember that every morning at 8 o'clock, tune in, stream starts, and we go over the pre-market. I set all the stuff up here, pull all the stats together, analyze what I think is going to happen in the pre-market, from the pre-market in the opening trades, and keep an eye on the news, and generally do the top-down market prep. So thanks for coming by, dropping in, whatever. Subscribe and like. That'd be great. Put something in the chat. That's also great. And yeah, gonna shut her down here in about 6 minutes. Crazy day. Actually, pleasant day. I was expecting this big drama. Typically when you go for a appointment at a government office, you expect all kinds of waiting and stuff. And the appointment was for 12. We could get there. We were allowed into the office no earlier than 11:45. Of course, we were there a little ahead. We waited 5 minutes or 10 or something like that. And we walked in the office, and it was all done. She was all processed, and we were out the door before 12 o'clock. Back in the car and headed up the road. It was, talk about sweet and real polite and clean, and that was great. Great experience. I've had a couple of experiences where I had to go to some offices, and Social Security was one of them, because I had to get a new Social Security card. Crying kids and boo-coos of people, and stand around or sit around, and everybody's experiencing the same pain on both sides of the window, for sure, but not a pleasant experience for anyone, I don't imagine. And but today was a breeze, a pleasure. Well, that's a good thing. threw my whole day off, but other than that. So remember to take care of yourself. Do some exercise. Get out of your chair. Do some squats. Do some push-ups, pull-ups, you know. I've got a big enough office here, fortunately, that I have got some dumbbells back there. I can step back from these screens. They're both stand-up desks with in front of me. Here's a 4-monitor rack, and to the left is a couple more monitors and another machine over there. I can step back and watch the charts and do squats or whatever. Got some dumbbells behind me, do some curls and things, and I got a pull-up bar hanging in the doorway there, you know. You got to do what you got to do. The important thing is to get your eyes away from the screen and rest them, and then get your blood ticking over, and get your your muscles working and your body doing something. Really important. And yeah, 13:44. So he's through talking. About 10, 12 minutes ago. Can't rely on Denmark. Denmark has been our ally and NATO partner forever. Forever. Never at any one time has Denmark not been a staunch ally with America. And Denmark has, Greenland has been part of Denmark, whatever you call it, a colony or something of Denmark for 500 years. All of a sudden, I don't know. I'm not sure how well that could possibly wash with our allies. And then we tip over Venezuela, like I said, Venezuela, and don't even mention the democratically elected president. Because one of the big hue and cry of this whole thing was that there was a democratically elected president, but Maduro refused to accept it. Does that sound familiar? And just stayed in office. We don't even consider the democratically elected people have kept the regime in place. It doesn't all add up for me. I don't know, And obviously nobody cares but me about what I think, and I'm not political about anything that's going on. I do think these things are strange, though. They just don't. I guess I'm older, so I've gone through many years and many administrations, and I've never seen anything like this, really. I don't know what to make of it. And there we go. In about 30 seconds, bing, bang, boom. It's the end of the cash market and the end of risk neutral trading live stream. My live trading virtual trading journal. So, once again, have yourself a great night. Get away from the screens. Do something for yourself and your family and whoever else it is. Your health. And be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning.